Hello, hello. Welcome to the cast of good afternoon, Linda. Yeah, welcome to the cast of Big Beast versus DShark. Waiting for the draft to start. Just gonna pull up the matchup right now. But DShark is what, 2-4. Big Beasts are 4-2. At least registered. So I'm assuming Big Beasts are favored, but it's also depends on their draft or the people playing. And it looks like it's Guavel, Jack Cousiner, and Roy Batty playing. And for DShark, it's R1, Hellstar, Jose, and Rame. Okay. So I know DShark is solid, but I'm more familiar with the Big Beast players. Second. Yeah, just waiting for the game to start for now. Or the draft to start. Waiting just for a Big Beast to ready up. I don't know actually who's drafting for them. It's usually Carrier, right? He's the captain. But But if it's Jack, I see what the cook is. Okay, draft started. DShark banned 7Cs first. Uh, it's my favorite map, but unlucky it's banned. I, yeah, for us, always so serious, it's usually me or Elephant that drafts. Because sometimes there's always a discussion, but sometimes you have to essentially say no to a person or say this is what we're playing. Elephant does that a lot more than me. I will at the most like very strongly advise like this does not work in our draft. Like, but unless it's something egregious, I'll let them play. Elephant will say no, you're not playing this. You're playing this. But I the quick hands part is that was more important I think on I guess it didn't matter because everyone had to click. That was through it when we did the draft through Civ, but here it's you can always search and you can usually find it pretty quickly. Okay, so Silence's Primordial Condensate and Tilted Band, so it's gonna be either Lakes or Rich Islands. And hello Adam. What do you think is which team do you think is stronger that you need to balance the lobby around? Okay, but you're not on neither team. Or are you giving a hint of a big reveal that you're joining the Beasts or the DShark? Okay. So which team do you think is stronger, Beasts or DShark? Okay, it's Rich Islands, unlucky. It's Guavel, Jack, Cousin Darren, Roy playing for Big Beasts, and DShark is playing Erwan, Hellstar, Jose, and Joe6 and Raim. And a theory based on the first band, this is gonna be an anti-Jack draft. Just ban every one of his civs and then you see what he has left. But I think he has expanded his pool of like he always has his specialties, but he has expanded his pools of civs that he plays. Like the common ideas are like Basil, uh, Arabia, Hungary. Those are like the civs he's most known for. Okay, so Zulu, Basil, Simon, all the civs that can really grief your game. Uh, Dissipating, probably Genghis, Mapuche ban. Following this line of thought, maybe a Mayan ban. Sungri as well. It's fallen very much out of favor, at least from what I see. But I still think Chandra is Probably one of like the best probably civs, or one of my best civs would be on Rich Highlands. Just it can sim fine. But it also has extra movement and the war bonus. So it's a very competent fighting civ. Especially the extra movement is somewhat like of a true movement. So you can get like horses can get up to 6 movement with a general. So like for example, like other civs, or at least a lot of movement civs have been restricted to like flat terrain. So the only 2 true movement civs left are Chandra and Columbia. And Columbia gets a +1 base, but it doesn't stack. While Chandra stacks with a general. So you can get essentially 2 like true movement, or 1 true movement, but 1 just additional movement as well. So like 4 movement crossbows, for example, is pretty insane on Chandra. But other bands, yeah, Genghis, Rough Rider, Mapuche, all horse adjacent civs that can really screw up your simmers. Kree is a gamble on scouts, but otherwise I don't think it's that strong of a civ right now. But obviously there's still always the chance you lose a settler to it, or you're losing a builder or something. And you also just have to play a bit more suboptimally to make sure you're not griefing there. Or griefed, specifically. Tokuban, it's a strong-ish civ. Played it yesterday, but got Dark Age, but I got held a Tainamidal the entire game. So I was, in fact, ahead on communism timing. But definitely, it's a carry civ that's not as gold negative as other carry civs. You're not really providing gold to your team much, other than a bit like mid game. But you're still carrying. Yeah, new gold ban. I was actually very surprised it wasn't nerfed in the update. That I guess there's like some theory of old Gaul was like sometimes played, and that one had a war bonus and this one doesn't. It just has more envoys, so technically this one's weaker on the war. But Gaul is inherently a defensive civ, so you're not really struggling on defense anyways, even without a war bonus. But there is some like reasoning as to why they wouldn't nerf it. And final ban is New Maya. And so here, top of the line items are Steam, pretty strong civ. Say Chandra, Germany's Tibet, huh? I'm actually very interested in the performance of Tibet with the changes because I played it before the nerf and it was like fine. It very much needed a good, like it wins on a good spawn, but also is like a useless civ on a bad spawn. So, and like the only thing on a bad spawn that's guaranteed is you can essentially just go all in on your UU to save yourself because you're not simming. But I'm interested after the changes how it'll perform. Arabia for Jack. I was actually talking to Jack before the cast, and he said he wanted the game to end in an hour. And I don't think it's ending in an hour, I guess. Silence. So, Arabia, Indo, both decent civs. Indo is strong. I wouldn't. Hmm. Okay. I wouldn't first round it, at least on this map. Think you can try to fish for a late Ahiram. Actually, you can even like first round Ahiram. Like, there's no way your enemy picks 2 or 3 naval civs. Because like Ahiram still performs, it's essentially slightly above average when there's 3 naval civs total, including him. I guess slightly above average. But on even like with 2 naval civs in the game, it performs very much above average. And so you're kind of forcing your enemy to pick 2 naval civs if they want to nerf it. So I think it would be a solid first round pick. But they like Indo better. Actually, Spain was also probably a better pick, at least in actually especially into these two. I guess they don't know about Olympia, but they definitely could have been Spain and like versus Tibet idea. Okay, Norway ban. I don't think Big Beast would have picked it. Like, there are some there are some drafts that would pick it, but not when you're Arabia and Indo. I guess Big Beasts have different drafting ideas because they've picked essentially three gold negative civs before in an Indo, but I'm sure they won't make that same mistake. They'll just pick 3 gold civs in an Arabia. But actually, yeah, in DShark picked 2 nerfed civs. Actually, just noticing or realizing. So I guess they're judging that they're still good enough civs. Steam Hungry ban can almost. Okay. I because DShark is either planning something about city state or is very concerned about city state that they don't want Norway or Hungary. Hmm. I'll be honest, I really don't like the way DShark is drafting this. There's no way you're picking Norway or Ethiopia after the 3 civs you already picked, or 2 civs that were already picked for beasts. Like, maybe if there was no Arabia here, you can draft around banning these, but not really after you pick the first 2. Babylon's a solid ban. It's pretty flexible. Can kind of do everything. And you always have a lot of food from your Balgam. And just easy to discount a lot of stuff. Okay, Coupe. Kind of a spawn casino civ, but usually pretty solid. Takes very little gold early, especially. It's kind of actually nice in drafts with holy civs, because it especially Doesn't require much. Like you ultra bomb your fishes, so you don't even have to buy your like third ring fish if it spawns in such a place. Also culture bombs your tiles as well, or workables. Wow, okay, they actually picked 2 naval civs. Akiram. Okay, wait, so 3 total just nerfed new civs are picked for DShark. I guess this is an experiment that we can watch with interest and seeing are they truly nerfed or how will it go? Because I mean, I haven't touched actually any of these civs ever since they've been nerfed. Like I've played them before, and I like so Healy was pretty good. I had quite a few good games. Olympias was definitely broken. Tibet was, I mean, arguably fine, but there's definitely some cases where it high rolls and feels unstoppable. Am I? I had to double check that this is the correct map. Like, what it? This is like a 7 Seas draft for both of these, not a Rich Islands. But okay. Yeah, I mean that'll. There's already 4 Nailses, so you don't pick a Ahiram, but Daido especially, like on Daido I think is like fine on Tilted and 7 Seas where you have the chance of like using the tempo from shipbuilding to sail to different islands and stuff. But on Rich Islands you're like settling lakes and stuff, so why not just pick like a random England or like Elizabeth or something? Because you're not really using the tempo from your extra settlers or like movement on settlers on Daido. Like you do still get prod towards settlers from your coffin, but it's 25%. There's just better bonuses in other civs. Also, like I like specifically actually in Highlands games, I like England's because of the extra storage capacity on iron. And that is specifically like very nice when you're just mass pre-building for tanks, especially if there's multiple civs pre-building for tanks. But okay, let's see. I will rejoin for 0ms. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Okay, so it's your boy Jack on Saladin. Guavel on Ludwig. Gazandar on Guitarja. Orion Dido. Guessing they changed settings or something. For DShark, it's Al-Hassan. For Jos, All-Stars on Tibet, Arwan on Kupa, and Rayma on Olympia. Actually, I want to clarify on the Olympia. It was nerfed where you're basically required the holy site in the city to get the bonus. So I guess there's two different playstyles where you can play Olympia. One is essentially one holy site, because technically the bonus is for your religion, not for holy sites. So you go like 3 encampments or like 4 encampments or so on into just one holy site, and then take like Zen or something. Or another playstyle was just mass holy sites, or at least 3 holy sites. And I guess that this judgment was that the one holy site build was too broken, but the multiple holy sites build was fine. So they restricted to that playstyle.
To the great beasts of the Stone Age, to man taking his first upright steps, you have come far. Now begins your greatest quest. From this early cradle of civilization on towards the stars.
Okay. Loading into a Dido spawn that is, say, above average to what you can get. So like there's obviously like no workables here, but like there are plays you do have a bonus here essentially, where you can swim a bit to your cells and you're around here. And then you're farther in a bit into lakes. Like you can like be here and then jump. I guess not immediately, it's 4 movement. But you can like jump and settle like here a bit. Did see it spawned with an Anima doll. And there's an Indo below it. So it's very easy to set up naval traders for big beasts here. The other side, there's on the right side, there's Anshan. So there's Anshan, sorry, more importantly, there's Ahiram, so Healy. So you can just settle it on the right, and then there could be a naval fight. But yeah, there's a very uncharacteristically a very large, quite large seas on Rich Islands. Yeah, actually, even an island city-state on Rich Islands, it's insane. But it's also sea above, almost like 1, 2, 3, 4. So like 5 full seas, like 5 pretty big seas or sections. So yeah, definitely above average. So there's a Healy here, Olympia. Olympia does not have a neighbor exactly. Very long term, there's Indo through the tundra there. He's essentially free sim. Coupe can't set up trade with Olympia. Olympia can set up trades with Sohili, but not so much of. Yeah, it can be overland with Sohili and Coupe. But Coupe is pretty close-ish to Arabia. Arabia's also close to Germany. And Tibet is slightly offside, but not really. It's also kind of far. So I think this will be a somewhat slow map if it's chosen. or just based on position. Analyze individual spawns. Germany's kind of sad. Only has one river, so no. Like you have to settle off fresh on like the citrus, I guess, for the setups. Arabia does have 3, 4 freshwater expands. This one doesn't. Has some workables or enough. This has workables. This has workables. So he has a fine spawn, but his setups is like in the jungles. So that is the limiting factor for him. Let me finish actually for everyone on big beasts. Indo settle. It's fine, but nothing special. I guess freshwater expand below here. But this one's actually this one is good enough. Like it has. You'll have to take the once you settle. And Daido spawn is pretty decent. Like this expand needs to buy tiles, but this also has to buy tiles, I guess. For DShark, there's a 3-2 or 32 2-3-2s bananas and expand, but you're not really selling that. At least I would sell one of the bananas. So it doesn't matter, but he has at least 2 fresh expands. So that's pretty good. Can also expand here pretty well. Pretty good spawn. Olympia, pretty decent spawn. Also fresh expands in every direction. Workables. Coupe always has like fine spawns. But this is an except pretty good spawn, I would say. Like lots of forests and woods. Lastly, Tibet. Enough mountains to sustain him. And they're near fresh water. So I think overall on like spawn quality, I think DShark has slightly better spawns. The thing that would be going for a big beast is like very clear naval traders between Indo and Daido. Actually, yes, another factor is Germany does have a floodplain spawn, so he has immediately grave bath to place, which is not like it's not guaranteed. I mean, yeah, under looks kind of bare, but it's like good enough. Like this has enough tiles. Like over here, it's also enough tiles. Like this is like truly bare, but like here, somewhat here and here, it's good enough. There was a target ban of Basil and Hungary for Jack, but they already picked him Arabia first round, so I'm not sure specifically Hungary was banned for Jack. Where is this going? I guess here. Yeah. It's pretty decent or good expand. 2 pearls and the diamonds. And they did find each other, so they know some loyalty. Actually, did Endo pick a Pantheon? Settlements. It's always slightly sad when you have to go settlements on Endo. It's Rich Highlands Honda. Would you guess this with this massive C? And the drafts. Yeah, it's Rich Highlands. The sea is actually, as Adam pointed out, so massive that there's even the island city state. Wait, neither team wants to. Okay. Start playing this map. But yeah, Genghis and Colombia are both like top tier bands for this map because they um, have extra movement. What map they configured? It's Rich Highlands. But yeah, Genghis in particular, it's like everyone is basically forced to go into Allegiancy so that they're not +6 on. Because even just like normal horses uh, are kind of an issue with +6, and especially general. You can see Rich Highlands. They World Age new. Okay. So holy site placed. Slightly interesting that where is it? So Healy chose to go for this settle instead of here. But okay. Also this settle was good enough. There's 15 city states, 4 white city states, 3 blue city states. Quite a lot of quality city states. I just finally understood why they're banning so many city state civs on DShark is because they didn't want anyone contesting Olympia for the city states. That has a war bonus. Yeah, actually. Wait, it's 14, sorry, it's not 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, BBM never or like MPH. It's set to 12, I think, right? And sometimes you just like you're scrolling through the settings and sometimes you have accidentally clicked on the city states and then it's just scrolls into a non-normal amount of city states. Like I've done that multiple times. Okay. Should pretty good expand for Jack. Lots of plantations here. Actually, this very, I guess, good, specifically for Arabia, is you'll generate a decent amount of gold here. Okay. Okay. Uh, the bat does finish his half ice toll his 8 first before doing his third settler or second settler. Mm. Yeah. Rain found the relic. What the? Exactly turned 15. Okay. I'm sorry, 1 second. Need to take a call. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Uh, Gov title is achievable at, yes, about at turn 15. Or might be turn 20 now. But you can't get off the Gov title hut. But relic turn 15, it's like on the faith civ. It's pretty good. There's also candy in the game. No one found yet, but that's, I would say, at least from a spawn type of situation, DShark has a pretty solid opener. Where's this settled? You know, for like the sugar cure or something. Yeah, they see this outline. He doesn't have enough movement to take a seller that's here. Okay, they see a warrior. This is not gonna get captured, but this seller is going up above. Very likely. Okay. I guess another thing that's favoring DShark a bit right now is, I guess, 2 more city states. So you have to kill more city states or wrestle control over them to decrease the combat bonus in Olympia. On the other hand, Olympia is essentially full free sim. And I'm sorry, I'll modify that. It can easily go like coursers or industrial push into Arabia here. I guess you see their last moving. Yeah, he's gonna go back. Or are they buying him a unit? He switched off the slinger, so I guess this builder's moving back. Declared on. This is the minus gold Arabia. Wait, what is? He sees this and he improves it. Huh? It's the biggest feat I've ever seen, no? Like, he sees the builder. Like, what do you think? The warrior's gonna just go away? Sure. 1+ prod to feed the Pantheon pillage. Yes, what is it? Okay, 2 prod for 12 faith. What's the trade-off? Yes. 8 prod for 12. So there's a 1 prod difference. Okay. Yeah. And also, I guess it's not the biggest loss because Coupe already was getting Pantheon from Pearls. Also, just essentially same time. I think this seller might be going all the way to the coast for immediate trades. And yeah, sugar settle here. Think probably God of C here for, again, he's making another builder for Coupe. Settlements was already gone to Indo. He opened with it. The 2 boats made, but Buenos is a Giga Chat that's already making a boat. And Anshan is spamming warriors. He took City Patron, actually. I mean, it's always fine on the non-half cost harbor civ, but you do have like plenty of fish. Actually, especially crabs. Like I understand not taking God of Sea if you have like pearls, I guess, like a bunch of pearls and other like even like normal fish. But like especially with crabs, they're like so painful to work until you have your lighthouse. And if you take God of Sea, they're just instantly workable. Maybe someone else actually took God of Sea. Was it already denied? No? I don't know, maybe Sohila said I want God of Sea more. Indo took religious settlements, not God of Sea. So interesting choices all around. Granary open here. I don't hate it, but I don't like it. Guess they already built a monument. I don't know if you got like a builder hut or already made a builder. I guess you don't have much more tiles to improve, so you're just waiting on your currency. Okay. So yeah, Kupin now hit early Empire. It's making more settlers. So this turn is actually like pretty flat. So it's not that hard to get to Arabia from Macedon here. Though he is going Celestial. He doesn't have those 6 resources though, Flash. He has 1, 2, 3, essentially. Like yes, later, but that's later. And you're taking something for tempo. Let's see that. Nothing here yet. And nothing here yet either for Pantheons. City states are all to watch. Nanmadal will be contested. Bologna, Anshan. Good city states. There's Kabul. There's also Fez, Vatican, Chinguetti, Candy. Actually, given what is it? Macedon's opening trade district or like discounting a harbor, he might take Chinguetti as well. Okay, so the warrior was scared off and the sheep has been re-improved. Volcano did blow up too. I don't remember if there's a woods here, but now has a workable gold tile. So this might be like a 6 city opener, given that he's making another settler on Daido. Which I normally wouldn't. Okay, he switched off. I was gonna say I don't hate the like 6 settler opener Daido, but you don't have a natural place to settle. Like your good settles are across the sea, or like your more natural settles are across the sea. Like I don't know where the settler would go. Guess over here. No, it doesn't even. There's no. The Sanshun's in the way. Um, Faith turns. Actually, we're waiting for our religions, right? Now, it's the Tibet project thing. Probably not. Got Earth Goddess, which is it's actually one of the situations on specifically Tibet where you kind of really want an external faith source other than just your holy sites, because you need some type of faith source to get yourself going on buying your shrines. Basically, something to start the. I don't know. I forgot the word. Something to start the machine. Yeah, Indo can settle the Swahili coast, but it takes a certain type of player to understand that he should settle the coast. But also, it's like such an easy win, no? Like I guess it's not your main coast, but you're also, I think specifically, actually also Canal, but specifically Indo, it's like one of the best civs to sell another coast because it has a strong, very strong caravel timing, or specifically with Zhongs, and you don't even need the production, or like, or I guess you can actually make like a full-fledged fleet while buying and chopping boats at the same time, like every turn. So I don't know if Cousin is the type of player who will canal, but he absolutely should. I would say there's a specific timing on Indo, but like basically you get 4 turns to kill like specifically a matchup of an Indo versus an England. I think an England will win if it survives like the first 4 turns difference, essentially, where Indo has the tempo from being able to just upgrade its squads instead of having to make them. But long term, I found that Sea Dogs are just too broken that even Indo will die to them. Like I've played against them, and I've played as England against Indos, and just Sea Dogs are a lot, just kind of too broken. Okay, 3 galleys are surrounding Buenos. I guess it will die on I died to Noodle as England because I delayed carols because we had no gold. And then at that point it was also too late. I also didn't project the Fleet Admiral. So that was a mistake, but in in with good play in England usually wins against Indo. Assuming it survives the first round. Okay. Um, Plaza play, so it's gonna be +3. Sorry, +4 and +4 here for campuses. Sorry, for +4 and plus. 3 probably. Religion is gonna be, let me guess, Coral and the culture thingy. Yes. So he'll be 200 culture without a single theater. I agree with you, Flash, but it also doesn't have half cost harbor. And sea dogs are, they ignore Zoc and they capture boats. And again, yes, in those tempo is terrifying, but yeah, if you are survive those 4 turns of tempo it has on you, then you should win. Okay. Does Ludwig get all the merchants? He probably does. I'm looking around the map. There's no one that will go actually commercials here, other than Ludwig. Here's King Monuments for Autocratic Legacy. Let's check air score. Needs one more air score for Germany. Are they finding him a wonder? Think he should set up to buy both? No. Actually, sorry, he gets political. Yeah, so he's gonna lose a builder. I can tell you, Flash, I've won. I've basically won one tile chokes as England because Sea Dogs ignore Zoc. For Jack, it's it's full culture, Coral plus Daramirs. Neither of them know. I'm guessing the Koopa Scout might suspect. Yeah, there we go. I think you delete the builder. This is such an easy bring back. Guess you might hope maybe this guy's AFK. Yeah, there we go. Unlucky. Okay, Koopa is up to 5 cities and making a 6th. It's actually a lucky break here. That this reef is like here. Hang on is placed, but also I think he intends to actually complete it and probably Magnus chop it. It's definitely specifically a good wonder because he probably intends to send the citrus here, which is off fresh. Holy site placed or discounted. Guessing for Jesuit. Buddhism found on Tibet for work ethic and stewardship. Okay, that's interesting. He might go pen brush. Okay, I heard it said that you can pick any belief on Tibet, but you should not be picking work ethic because you essentially already have free prod because you're faith buying buildings. That is absolutely not the modern playstyle of Indo. You currently, arguably, Jesuit is like your best belief by far. Yes, on this map it might be Zen, but you usually you can find a way to generate enough faith that you can buy more stuff. Sorry, more than just your harbor buildings. That's the thing is you do. I know a lot of good players, and I've played it myself where you do have enough faith. Also, it's actually even like you buy your lighthouses for tempo, right? But technically, it's suboptimal to buy stuff they have 30% card towards. But yeah, I know no one's picking RC, and yet they keep nerfing it. So maybe I'll bring it back. Now people are gonna have the excuse I'm not picking it because it was nerfed. I would obviously definitely pick RC. That's the thing, Honda. No one was. You might have an outsized impact from playing NA teamers, but I don't think in official speaking people were actually playing it competitively. Okay. Okay, Hangar's next. Um, actually, sorry, Indo still, sorry, Dido, still no Pantheon. Tibet, I mean, Earth Goddess. Buenos was defeated by Swahili, who has God of the Sea. Pretty good tiles. Still nothing on that on Germany. Olympia, actually didn't check. He picked the Asian rights, so more scaling Pantheon. Broadly, right now is actually Guavel on Germany. He's taking out important wonders already of Hangars and Pyramids. Yeah, River Goddess was like a very natural setup. I also like River Goddess on especially Highlands. And I like River Goddess in general. But initiation rights is fine as well. And it just depends on when he's making his units. The audience finishing for Jack. He has already Temple of Artemis finished. I feel like Macedon will run into Jack, but it might come too late. Like, he has a pretty strong opener, and I am feeling that by the time he reaches Jack, Jack will be 100. Just still, like, you can't still roll him. Like, Arabia ideally never wants to spend any time making units. That's the thing, Honda. You don't want to act like you don't like the playstyle yourself, but like you're annoyed when other people play it, but you don't realize like how you have to play differently. Like you see that the guy has 100 gold, but you're not thinking that that guy is not scaling past that 100 gold, and like he's also not that like 20 extra culture or 30 extra culture. But like you as you're just like you're in your position, you're just thinking I'm just annoyed that this guy has that 100 gold and it should be nerfed. Hmm. Anyways, more on the game. I think Mason will try to quickly get to 1, 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. At least 7 cities quickly, probably. And then maybe 8, but probably 7, I think, is what his tempo allows him. And then we'll run a Jack on his open encampment. But he also does discount the harbor. Old generation Jack is given a break with plantations everywhere, especially coca. But turn 34 or 45 culture is kind of good, I would say. Привет, дринки. И смотрим теперь почти целый русский. Русская команда тут против французов. Okay. The bet seems to have decided that he's gonna fight and is going Warlord's Throne with horses and is gonna go into Fez and just try to grieve Germany. Do they know about it? So do they know that the horses are being made? It's special for Germany, which is I can easily see a Germany feed here. Okay, Jack obviously knows Arabia a lot better than me. But I found it's a lot easier to play Arabia when you open 5 cities instead of 3. Given just your district cost is so expensive when you go 3 into, like, you're trying to get to 8 cities. I guess if you have infinite shops, it doesn't matter, but just in general, that's from my attempts at playing Arabia. Yeah, no, Fez into like the UU is nerfed, but I mean it's still a UU. That let's say project. Actually, any city state chooses early. Vatican City for Jack. And Chinguetti for Rame. That's Indo. Sorry, Macedon. And Fez for Guavel. Actually, early R1 on Bologna as well. That's Coupe. So I guess I think the game will very much be determined right here between Macedon and Jack. Here between, but right now I guess more early on Germany and Tibet, because I mean, Germany has defensive terrain, but it's also earlier horses. Sorry. Olympia, I don't think only gets one envoy essentially per city with a basilica and holy site. So you do have enough. You should be at most, theoretically, at most have one, like, or basically guaranteed control of one city state. It shouldn't be enough to contest multiple, but also sometimes there's like a very good city state lobby. So if you're taking like Lahore, Rapa Nui, Cahokia, people don't want to contest it in the face of when there's Bologna, Anshan, Nalmadal, and so on. Okay. Okay, Pyramids chop next turn. Look, 77 culture, turn 36. Feudalism, turn 38, actually. Pretty good. 83 safe. It looks, at least for now, like no early horses from Macedon. So he will get some time to set up. Okay, horses are being made for Germany. Trader is in danger. But I'm guessing you can shift enter that in. He is, I guess, I think, noticing that Tibet is... Did they actually see his... Okay, do you see his plaza and that he can check that it's going Warlord's Throne? So he is taking this seriously. Hey, you see a... Wait, a Preserve Tibet. I actually haven't seen this playstyle yet. I'm excited. Like, theoretically, it should be okay, right? Like, you can work mountains and you can buy the expensive building. So, like, theoretically. But also, like, preserves on kind of any civ, but monu civs in general are so sus because you kind of want to chop everything. And now, not only like that immediate radius is off limits, but even like the second radius is off limits as well, because like this is giving you appeal, this is giving you appeal, and it's just so annoying. Okay, but Fez should die pretty quickly. Should also feed maybe like a campus village. Trader was saved. He's making sellers right now. I guess, okay. He got out 2 sellers before he was forced to make horses, so he is not out of the game, kind of, because he went ancestral. Or at least, okay, he's getting value out of his ancestral instead of just having to make horses and not settlers. Dido making settlers. Ancestral Hall as well. Already settling new cities around. Indo. Actually, wait, Zen. Okay. I guess he's of the mindset that, I guess, Jesuit doesn't work. Yeah, I know you said, but I've seen so many good games on Jesuit Indo, unironically. Wait, Warlord's Throne on Coupe, what? Is it half of DShark gonna go Warlord's Throne? Or like everyone but I hear I'm going Warlord's Throne? Not I hear I'm so Healy. I keep mixing it up. Going Kalu here for Swahili. Nothing so far of the similar news for big beasts. Shifez did queue up walls, but they didn't get to them. Tibet. Actually, I can check. Oh, he spam brush. I should have checked on everyone, but spam brush on everyone except Macedon. Spam brush for everyone except Jack. Yeah. So maybe I guess it's not as. I guess it's like potentially fine to go preserve. Yeah, Olympia is a monumentality. This is such a sad settle, not only because you have 3 mountains, but also that was your +3. That was a +3 campus. Okay. Looks like Jeremy think this is enough, and it probably is because this is at least one of these tiles is ideal terrain, and ideal terrain is just broken. Jack swimming settlers, so he'll be up to 6 cities soon. Yes, Tibet does not have an encampment, and Germany actually does. Yeah, he's still waiting probably to chop out a general later. But it's not that hard. Yeah, that no one's projecting. So Coupe does have the card, but does not have an encampment. Actually, okay, I understand the Coupe Warlord's Throne like enough. Like you already have, what is it, 7 cities? And I don't know, you're going like triple, like Moksha 3 into Reina 5, or like 4, or you maybe 5, and then Mani 4, so you're not getting that much audience value. But you're also like not making a lot more sellers, so you're not going to Ancestral, so might as well go Warlord's Throne because it scales the most. Like it's not like a completely crazy idea. Wait, did he switch off? I guess he switched off, but that was at least what was queued. And that's like also like sometimes an issue on Kree, for example, is like you don't need the housing really or food from audience, but you also don't kind of have a spawn for ancestral, so you just go Warlord's Throne. Yeah, buff audience, my favorite playstyle. Quite sad that this stuff has placed the campus first ring not. Obviously, the shouldn't have anticipated its new overlord and placed it next to mountain. A lot more horses are made. They're by the grove, waiting, watching. Come on. The rest of your game doesn't matter. By the grove. Does he not have faith? Maybe it's too expensive. I'm not sure. Maybe 145 isn't enough. He does have an encampment down now with Magnus, so he should be able to chop out a general. Coliseum in 3 turns, so turn 44. Might be actually, it's probably next turn. 42 Coliseum. Pretty good. He's on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cities soon. Should make a few more settlers as well after Coliseum. When does Grovel get apprenticeship into? Okay, he's on 7 pop, so he has the districts ready. The only thing is I think he's right about now asking around, hey, when is Great Bath being finished? Someone please. So the horse I don't know what the horse is being made for. I think I personally I guess he doesn't made it before Rapa Nui was building walls. But no, Jack does not have the most GBT, but he's positive. At least for yeah, current gold. Like he has enough. Actually, okay, turn 42. We can run the gold script. Can see how the game is so far. And any predictions? Actually, I have the old gold script that doesn't show names. Or sorry, new civs. But okay, let's guess. Or any guesses? Arabia is plantations, or is like gold plantations. How negative is he? Do you think? Or is he negative at all? Any guesses? Any takers? Neutral? Okay. He hasn't had a single a single unit sent to him. So the predictions is at least not negative or at least neutral. The revelation is he's negative, adjusted negative 1k, but in net negative 400. The second most gold negative civ in the game right now. After I think this is the bet. So yeah, you just have to be creative. Like he's never been negative GPT this entire game. Cocoa plantations, plantation pantheon, in fact, and it's the second most gold negative civ in the game. Okay. Oh yeah, also diamonds. I forgot about that. Tibet is going coursers, but realistically, if you guess general, you're not punching through ideal terrain. You can try to sneak around here though. Maybe even like here specifically, it's more vulnerable. It works. I think my version doesn't take into account GPT deals, but it does work with gold gifts and like basically all trades. Okay, but on the other hand, it's turn 43. He's in 70 science, 85 culture. He should have forced. Actually, even with his insane stats, it'll be a turn 52 golden, not 51. Yes. Uh, so this was turn 42. Net is like what was actually sent. Essentially, adjusted is basically if you take it early, it can't like there's inflation or there's interest essentially. Uh, so like because gold taken early is more valuable than gold taken later. But yeah, Indo and who's the first slot? Jose. Yeah, Indo, Coupe, and Swahili are feeding the lobby so far. Okay. Uh, Mastodon might run into an accident if he declares right now. Okay, Hans is out. He has guilds next turn. He's right about now. Okay. Was it already finished? I think right about now he might be begging for a Great Bath to be chopped. But I guess maybe not. I don't know. I would place an aqueduct maybe here and then an industrial or Hansa here. And then place another Hansa here and aqueduct here. This is just another district. Mm. Okay. Yields wise, actually, Roy having a pretty good game, 140 production. I think that's partially because actually also heater sellers were settled. Just had the settlers out earlier, though. Is chopping his skull phones, and so on. Is Lado going for Mausoleum? I guess, yeah, he might be. But actually, are the great people. There's Wonder Engineer first, so there is merit to trying to get it. Yeah, it is partially probably because of Magnus internals. But like he does have like a lot of cities. Like you do need cities to get the full benefit from Magnus internals. So actually, where is it? Yeah, 10 cities right now. It's 3 ahead of four, like 16 pop ahead of Swahili. That's where his product's coming from. Jack up is up to 90-90. GMC in 3 turns. GMC actually turned 48 before any unit has even come to him. And Rapani did build walls, so the horses are probably going to be rediverted up above. General has been obtained for Germany, so he's not feeding to Swahili, at least right now. There's still UU. But the more realistic place to go to is actually just to the right into Daido here. And there's also is into also ancestral audience. Okay, he's going to 9 cities right now. Han's also placed. So, yes, small criticism of Olympia is he did pick initiation rights, right? He chose, I guess it's somewhat like a scaling pantheon, somewhat. But if you're going holy sites, pretty much every city, right? This is a holy site. You might as well. You can easily place pretty much all of them except this city on river goddess tiles. What I would say, there's, if you're not making at least a bit more horses early, to even like a kill a city state earlier, you're not really getting any tempo for for your monumentality. Like it is fine because you got relic, but it's also not really fine. Slightly. Wait, okay, preserve bot. How are these tiles? Yes, they're fine. The mountains aren't nothing special, but okay. I guess I don't know. I don't know how to actually judge them because obviously, like, it looks really good, right? But there's also the opportunity cost of like all of these chops, all like 2 lux improvements, and like these chops as well. You might chop this anyways, but like that is the opportunity cost you have to compare it to. Okay, generals on both sides. I would like. Is Germany going? Guess he's going knights. Castles in 2 for Tibet. I think to truly not feed here, one, you can't really chop this tile because it's like your ideal terrain is extremely valuable. Like specifically, so like you can't really catapult from this tile. I mean, you can already here. That's the problem. But ideally, you'd have a double line And that would give you enough time that Corsair timing doesn't matter that much. I guess he's chopping knights, and you can see in a second when is his knight timing. He chopped out Holy Site, place for his. So it's +5, +4 so far, +5. This will be another +6, +6, or sorry, +4. And he actually does have like enough like hilly tiles that like he will have some prod or enough prod. Okay, let's check the gold script one more time before upgrades start being a factor. Let's see. You can make your own mental guesses, but result is because Germany took about 100 more gold since the last 5 turns ago. So that's while being positive 37 the entire time. Can only imagine if you didn't have plantations. But otherwise, Macedon and Tibet have started taking gold as well. Actually, Indo has been taking gold. I guess to buy tiles. He's also going general, so he is also aware of this threat. Mausoleum being built by Swahili. I think Germany was thinking about it, or at least he thinks Celestial. He has knights actually next turn, so this won't timing won't affect them at all, essentially. Generals wise and so on. There's a military engineer on Tibet. And so the only one who tried for a general so far and didn't, or kind of wants one, is Dido. That doesn't have. Probably also Arabia, but wait. Does he have enough gold on standby? Ah, no. He already has GMC. He doesn't even need to take gold from the team to buy a unit. And one horse, I think, needs at least 3 turns to slam down like a 20 strength city. Yeah, I kind of understand DShark's plan, but I think the distance is a bit too long for it look like they're in their Civ picks and kind of plan or like bone or like the build they went for. So at least right now, the yields say for themselves or show for themselves that big beasts are kind of ahead. Yeah, I thought like with initiation rights, like it's not turbo flat, but it's like flat enough. Like through here, like we can count with general 1, kind of like 2, like 3, 4. You can get here in like 5 turns. Like it's not that close, but also it's like if you're spamming horses, it's enough. Could also have settled like a city here and like Magnus shop a bit. Maybe settle, then buy sellers, settle here, further Magnus chop, like in this area. Yeah. Like Arabia does not, like early game, it does not want to spend any production if possible to make any units. Like if you're interrupting it while it's building like temples, like that giga slows its game. And so, but like at this timing, he already has GMC. You can only hope to do something with like big war bonus, which Olympia can do. Yes, he did. He got a builder from Arabia. Like he is being griefed, but it's not significant enough essentially to matter at this stage, as opposed to would have been earlier in the game. Yeah, also as a Manusiv, you don't care as much about singular build charges. Not even just, I mean, you can lose a full builder and it doesn't matter as much in general. He actually will make theaters, so I guess he will have a more real. And he's chopping crabs. Okay. I think the builders might have to strategically retreat. Oh wait, he does have shift enters readied up. But I don't think anything is happening at Corsairs. It'll be more waiting for Yu here for the bet. Yeah, this is Rich Highlands, Arnie. Yeah, foreign ministry. Actually, people in general in this game are taking their like second tier plaza building a lot earlier than usual, or like getting to it and the ability to build it much earlier than usual. At least on an average game, at least I'm building my plaza after Yara. If I'm not naval pushing. Okay. Knights upgrade, so there is some grief you can try to do here, but it's not gonna be. It'll be enough, but not substantial. Actually, I keep looking at this tile, and this is such an annoying tile. Must be from for Swahili, because you want to greed as much as possible, but you also have to be constantly somewhat trying to match stats, at least somewhat with Indo, because he places this canal down, and then all of a sudden you have a full-on naval fight on your hands. But it looks like he's at least somewhat disrespecting. He has no pre-builds at all in case it happens. Okay. Walls coming out for assurance. And theater projects are being done because I think no one took any books so far. Macedon slamming through the walls here. He has kind of 3 turns. I guess maybe like 4, because after that it's a bit too painful to keep slamming with a chariot inside. You can barely do it with a warrior. Okay, Era next turn. Golden Ages. Looks like everyone hit. It's not certain on the bet, but it should be, probably. I'm actually somewhat questioning the... Like, I understand going Pen Brush if you don't have Earth Goddess, but Earth Goddess is usually, like, enough faith. You can go Monumentality and play Tibet. Germany projecting out Engineer. I think I think he can do like one more here, but like he's at 10 cities, right? 1, 2, 3. Actually, sorry, 9 cities. Like 9 cities is a fine number. A lot of times you are not like limited by... Basically, you stop making settlers when you understand your own game's tempo. Like you can force another settler here, but I mean it's time to start scaling at some time. Like this is good enough. And yeah, the bet is going around. But I think Germany will try to exert enough pressure that at most this is all he can send. If he can't send General with them, it's not going to be as devastating. Yeah. Look, before Golden, 183, 193. I think that's pretty decent. And he's not negative GPT. Okay, it sounds like Rapa Nui is dead. So Macedon does get the 20% production bonus. It's up to 163. Steady state 2 so far. Vatican is tied. Jack does have GMC. He did it like turn like 45 or something. So Bologna, so 1 blue city state for each member or for each team. Jack does have candy. Vatican is contested by House Star, the Tibet. Roy does have non-modal. That's actually... That'll allow him to go Frank and Peace. I think he already has exploration. And he's the prod lead of the lobby as well. Erwan does have the gold number though, but he is stuck on 7 cities. Okay, Tibet might not have gotten like a kill on Germany, right? But he did have to keep recounting. 6, right? he did force Germany into like it's a 7 city ancestral. Like you're quite sad as Germany here. Like you'll have an okay game, but you are 7 cities ancestral as well. So he did have impact in his push. Uh or what it's I don't know. What I don't know what like I think wait, sorry, I'm supposed to go A. Yeah. Yeah, I would say if there was at least a like a coarser grief coming for Jack right now, I think there would still be time to somewhat slow him down until hopefully Coupe can set up a more real push. But not even that is coming, so I think Jack is just too big here at this moment. Like he has 261 faith. Like he can do an easy tank push on anyone. And Coupe is, I think, buying chariots and will be chopping out chariots to deal with the coursers here. So a heavy cav, Bihani, that is by DShark, and Diplo for Jack. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna leave it here and go AFK for a second. Suspicious. Or wait, me too. That's unlucky. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you can get like the rollover, right? I think. And I'm chain crashing as well day turn. I think I have to force stop my Steam. Can shower on what I have to do every time before I even join the lobby. To do this every time. Um, it looks like there was enough chain crashes that the lobby's fully down. Or there's just a full re-lobby, to clarify. The true tragedy actually is the gold script is now what they call gone. So unfortunately, I on my screen it just shows you as disconnecting the turn, and then I was crashing as well. And okay, we played against Jack's Arabia. What is it, like 2-3 weeks ago? And yeah, you just can't like leave him alone. I mean, my plan was to basically constantly pressure him. Like I sent just like 3 horses to start, then coursers, then and just that every little bit, some units from Civ Rider came on Mapuche. They traveled across the world for it to get to him. Like every little bit, especially as early as possible, they can slow him down. Just don't let him get up to speed, and that would be. I mean, that would be basically my ideal way of handling the Arabia, because it technically doesn't have a lot of prod. If you can get to it, especially before GMC, it is forced to use its prod to make units instead of keep pushing its stats. I will give that he didn't have an ideal spawn, or didn't have an ideal spawn for to have a good game on Arabia, but still, that would be my suggested method of handling in Arabia, especially one willing to take gold. Because I think I would be positive in his position with the amount of plantation luxes he had. So you have to slow down my PC a bit. I mean, okay, I mean they have part. I guess Arabia is not really using the money on like gold buying a builder usually or something. They're using it. to have that little bit of optimization on your chops. So basically, you're not waiting to grow into tiles to chop them. And yeah, but there are like, especially with his amount of culture, he could have, like, you can play it around growing into tiles. So like, I would understand maybe if you're like feed and you have like no culture, sometimes like you would be spending to buy your chops, but I think you could have played a very positive or a gold neutral at minimum sieve there. But the optimization is what you wanted. Okay, no double load. We are in. There's not that many chops here to take over yet. And with like a night upgrade, you shouldn't be taking cities. Yeah. I mean, okay. What he took was not as egregious as like he can be. Because I've had a game with Jack recently. Not really, I mean like 2 months ago. Maybe a month. And like I saw he picked Arabia, so I went gold Egypt. And he was negative 3k by turn 50. But he was also 200 stats as well, like by turn 50. So I guess the goal here, I guess, prevented that 2 extra k that he might have taken otherwise. Mm. Mm. That is, I don't think I'm crashing this time, hopefully. Yeah. It actually has another seller, 1, 2, 3. Okay, yes, settler out. I think the ideal number is 8. Actually, wait, okay, he does have 8 settlers total. Yeah. You know, if you have first moves, it's just vision. Yeah, Blaze, like, okay. In pickup teamers, it is, like, if it's every game, it's miserable to play. But for officials, you do what's winning. Or what wins you the game. How does he have that much prod? He has a full plane spawn. Like, literally every tile is a plains hill. That is usually in itself like, what, 20% boost over a grassland hill? I think it's 4 versus 3. So basically, for every 3 mines, you have an extra grassland mine, comparatively. Or for every 3 plains, hills, you have an extra grassland mine over your opponent if he's full grassland. I mean, yes, but sometimes they don't carry. Like, they're good enough that they carry most of the time, but sometimes they don't carry, and it's like a true disaster. Then they're kind of like solo losing the game. Like, the thing is, like, sometimes they take gold regardless of whether they understand if they're gonna carry. And whereas that gold could have been fed to someone else and they could truly carry, or in a better position to carry. Okay. Yeah. Okay, look, like, it's all grassland tiles, right? For Coupe. Like, you can just see it, and that will explain the difference in prod. Also, maybe pop if I check. What is Coupe 46? I guess it's even. But I think it's just the difference between this guy has essentially grassland mines everywhere, and this guy has hill mines everywhere. More traders is. Let me see. I guess I can check. He doesn't have the. Actually, he doesn't even have whistle banking in right now. So he doesn't have even prod on traders. Let's see. Let's check. Let's check next, or maybe it didn't update yet. In Brown City State doesn't have an industrial, so there's not really. Okay. Macedon, and just continue simming. I don't know. That's too late at this point for anything ever, kind of. I like the crossbows, but I think it's. I would personally say maybe make some pikemen. Like, the Yu is coming, but like, it was already bad, or like not ideal, even before the nerfs, to have your Tibet Yu versus pikes, but now even more so. Just like 3-4 pikes here, and you're never doing anything. On the other hand, Adam would argue that you should be griefing yourself by not defending this properly so he doesn't send all his units to Daido. So you're the one that has to invest into an easier choke rather than that who has to invest into a larger front line. Okay. Campus scientist coming out for Jack, for Newton. He already got happy scientist actually, and he got holy sight scientist. Is there anyone actually contesting it? Not on Coupe. That was sorry. Okay, so guess Jack gets both scientists for free essentially with no contest. Yeah. I yes, if he's allowed to play and he has the team draft for it. Yeah, this is kind of expected. Indo still leaving this open. Still no canal. And it's kind of late now, but you can still Giga Grief the guy. Yeah, he made Corsairs so far. Rather than Mamluks to save for air score, I'm assuming. But he does have Mamluks because his pastures have an extra food on them. Yeah. Yeah, Indo so far has been the massive gold provider for the team. Mazon is somewhat actually catching up, or yeah, catching up in prod. He's still benefiting from the Rapa Nui kill. So that's part of it. He's getting even more settler. Okay, like I get that you get stuff from pop, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Like you already have 9 cities in your warlords. I don't fully understand another settler here. Maybe your teammate just requires a naval city from you, but I think it's too late. You put Reina here for Swahili, and you suck it up. It will be Jack will go for either tanks or bombers here, or like helicopters. He doesn't have an industrial setup to do nukes. Like he has enough prod to, make some pre-builds faced by the others, and do a tank or helicopter push. This is a nice encampment because unless your team has two jungle hills or like forest hills in front, it's basically a guaranteed way to have a catapult attack, protected catapult attack on your enemy. If anyone is nuking, it would more likely than not be Daido here. Indo will have a good game, but I don't think he's scaling as much. I think he has fewer cities. Just one. Guess they're equal prod. I guess it'll depend on later industrial setups. Like this is, I think, slightly better than what's. I guess it's equal. I don't know. Daido is getting the general for wearing this against Tibet still. They can also try to deny Tibet the general of this era. But no, it's too late. He has one. It's Crusade. Which we haven't seen all the religions finished. So Kupe has Jesuit Defender. Yeah, I saw Flash. I was noting it earlier. I think he was gonna get both. So Indo is Zen Pilgrimage. Macedon is Pagoda for more city-states with feed and lay ministry. Tibet is Healing Waters, work ethic and stewardship, and Tithe for Jack with coral and armors. So Jack is actually 100 GPT. He's actually getting more trade districts up with the harbor. No, it's just limited to him himself for now. For the Xenon Indo. Yeah, crossbows didn't work. Annoying. The slam is unideal or suboptimal. Yeah. Forbidden 13. He didn't. Germany got the engineer, but I guess he's just gonna slowly do it. Is his idea. If no one contests him on it, he gets it for free. Even if it's 13 turns. So more knights are coming out of Coupe. He is somewhat belatedly recognizing that they do need to spend more time griefing Jack. Because I think Jack right now is spending his faith on faith buying great people. So building Oracle, recognizing that he still has a lot of more great people to buy. When is Tibet EU? Not Iron working first. Oh, okay, he already has it. He's building it right now. Yeah. it's too late, but also maybe at worst just in time. Like Jack will still have to I can pretty easily see that the outer perimeter is griefed by all of these units, but it's definitely too late to kill him. Like at most you're griefing him. Yeah. Right, you may as well confidently one part off being top of the lobby in production. You should be able to get second, like maybe a second or third city state. He has two right now, Candy and Lahore, so +4 on attack. But yeah, definitely. Like if he was going this many cities, you, it's River Goddess would have been so much better, I think. But yeah, they say what is it? 100, or for the noobs, 100, 100 science and culture, and what is it, 300 production, turn 60. Or at least that was some old like metric. But the new one is, or at least Jack is kind of shattering it. Like 400 science, nearly 300 culture. Scarring this tile because he has to improve a niter for his rifling boost. This is a funny city. I think he just placed it and forgot about it. I guess. Till they have gold to buy him a builder. Industrialization. Turn 60 actually. Yeah. Terracotta being done by Germany. Actually, are both. Okay, actually, both blue city states are now for big beasts. Bologna was overtaken by Kazandar from Jos on Swahili, and Germany still has control over Anshan. Let's see. The Red Paws are now trying to start take down this encampment. He is Drums of War actually. I didn't check. This is Frank, Drums, Frank, double Manu for what is it? Olympia? Fambrush, Frank, Frank, Frank. Actually, okay. Olympia's game is a bit more understandable given that he's double Manu. I should have checked it earlier. But that at least somewhat explains why he's going more settlers and stuff. But the worry is that he's kind of scaling into the next game. And Jack has already made next stage or normal for next era. It's definitely gonna get golden with Oracle and Forbidden. Just in time for his 2 arms dedication to take cities. Actually, has Coupe. He did put Whistle Banking in. Yeah, 10th city on Olympia. Yeah. What's the meme? If like too early to explore the world, or wait, sorry, too late to explore the world, too early to explore the universe, just in time to grieve 400 science Arabian Nights. Um, in other news, the encampment of Germany is finally going down, but I think Jack is going. Either he's following boosts or he's just going flight here. Mm. Okay, I'll I'd say Indo never intends to grief Swahili. I or let's say you're for certain you're not gonna grief Swahili. Plays down the canal just to scare the Swahili at minimum. Like the time is long over at this point, but he could have probably forced a lot of suboptimal play just by pre-placing it. And yeah, you have to be optimistic. Surely you would be one of the people to explore. But even like, I don't know, you don't have to be like a far-reaching explorer into like the Americas or somewhere. Like even like the nearby surrounding, like like a neighboring country, you could be seen as like an explorer if you went there. Because you realistically like, there's no internet back then. There's no way to like even have a hint of what life is like in such a place. Like now I might never have been to Japan, but I can, like through videos, I can experience, or like I can somewhat glimpse at what is there, for example. Yeah, Jack is feeding some pillages, definitely. So like this is what is done here could have been done on horses. Even let's say 20 turns earlier. Even let's say 10 turns earlier. This could have been done on horses and it would have still slowed. He'll probably still be like, let's say even like turn 50 horses. He might not be like Irel, but he would be like 300 science, for example, instead of 400. So, like, what they're doing is correct, but they could have done this much earlier and prevented what has already become. But also but now like everyone's for now thinking about Jack, right? He's the big stat guy. They're kind of forced to forget the Indo and the Dido that they'll have to deal with, who are much longer scaling threats than Jack is here. So thinking what else. So yeah, Germany is doing the suboptimal defense to bait Tibet into attacking him, because unironically, just the line of pikemen here would be like, you see this, like, right? This Ratpa, it can't, like, I mean, one attack does like what, 20% of damage of a knight. Imagine that was and like, so you need essentially 5 shots to kill a knight, maybe 4, optimistically. That could have been a pike, and you would need like a full, basically everything in your arsenal to kill one, and that would just be unfeasible. So he would have actually like gone and screwed with Dido, but because there's just enough hope for him here, he keeps sending in. Realistically, though, he got the general right for engineer. What he should have done is make a road and along this path attack. If he actually was trying to get in. Yeah, that's true. They can't swap pikes, but they're also, with healing and just fortify, they're not dying either with the nerfed Ratpas. No, Ratpas are a ranged cav, so they're or pikes have +10 versus them. But I was saying that you should have built a road around here because there's a much wider front to attack, rather than this kind of like choky defensive terrain here. Jack is still Dealing with the Griefers BS ballistics now. No intel, but the true power here is field cannons that are killing the units more or less. Okay. DShark is actually running. Merchant Republic with liberalism, rationalism, and natural philosophy. With autocratic legacy as well. Actually, we can check amenities. Actually, that is actually a mistake I didn't check, is the continents. So, big beasts have green continent, purple continent, and white and red. So they have all 4 continents. DShark has red, green, and white. They're down 1 continent, but the red continent isn't. Okay, so it's kind of even essentially. Wait. Is it green, red, white? So yeah, they're just down 1 continent. Yeah, I mean, yes, I can check the specific luxes from a continent, but I'm saying just from a quick overview. That technically has nothing from this continent. But amenities, Germany's on +0. Tibet +0. Czech is on +3. Kupa is on +0. Negative even. Olympia's on +0 mostly. So Healy's on +3 or 5. They removed the project for Data to move his cap. Okay. So you might notice Jack's prod has stopped going up, and that's because he has 0 industrials. Sorry. Like just full 0. Or he made theaters at least instead of his industrial. So he has a very specific timing, probably tanks here that you'll try to reach, or helicopters, or sorry, I guess flight and bombers. Forbidden 3 of no contest. Tibet is starting to move around, but it's still 8 because Germany has industrial units. Yeah. Sanitation. He's either going labs or flight. For you. They removed it because I think it was somewhat buggy, from what I remember, they said. And they were trying to also add in the new Phoenicia unit, or leader. Okay. Then yeah, Jack is just Guys going labs. So the Griefish has stopped. There's still enough units that he can't fully improve his tiles, at least on the left side. But here's a more organized, you can say, push. Dido Privateer is from the Admiral. 90% sure. Yeah. It's more of just like an additional range shot. If any units came to him. Let's see. Hanshan finally being killed. There's no Admiral here, so it's kind of gonna be a slow kill. Especially if they promote the extra city strength defense in the money. Okay. See, it still are dying. It's partially because there's the general. I think it was either moved or just recruited. Isn't being affected on these units. There's also just isn't many units here to hit back. Actually, I guess it's... I don't know. I have to check next turn. Might be dying faster than I thought. Guess it is 3 range shots. I see. Okay, then yeah, it was sent back. Is there ballistics? I would say if these units are not... I would say... I think maybe just move these knights like up to here. There's no point that they sit in your territory. Just upgrade them here. If you're not sending the seller just directly to the front. So stat-wise, it doesn't look as over. Or at least as terrible as it used to be. It still looks pretty bad, but they've been through worse stat comparison situations before. At least in prods with Healy's now up to 400 production. Same for Mastodon. I guess Anshan's dying in 2-3 turns. Bologna was retaken by Joes. And Reim actually on Mastodon now has 1, 2, 3. So he has +6 on attack for his units on Mastodon. Actually, I mean, if he went industrialization, but I honestly think if he went straight ballistics, upgraded here, and was pushing right now with all of these units, he could have done more than just pillaging a few tiles. You could have done like a serious grief here. There might still be time, you never know, but I think if he was upgrading ballistics right now and pushing them in, it would be somewhat fatal. No, that's the thing though. There's still okay. It's 400 science. There's at least 6, 7 turns till he has tanks and ballistics at, so it's basically equal units at ballistics with +6. That, like, you can kill a lot of units. If he also had general as well, that could be +11 on attack. That I like that could easily be the difference, or Sana's death right there, and just full all him and at that time. And then he would also be forced to upgrade basically ahead of when he would want. Like, he has okay prod, but not an extremely like high amount of prod. So he kind of wants to upgrade when he's ready to upgrade tanks, when he no longer needs to faith by pre-builds. But if he's forced to upgrade tanks just to defend himself from +6 attack Macedon units, that would really be an issue for him. You can always still have helicopter pre-builds, but it's basically far easier to, I guess, kind of back away than have to start fighting in your land. Or force him to push out of his own land first before attacking you, so you know the exact amount of time you have till he gets to you. I will say this, I like sewers, but this is a bit greedy for the amount of units that are here. Guess he doesn't see it, but this is easily full pillaged if all of this just goes right. Okay. Guess it's for sure oil labs for Arabia. Yeah, they're ranged cav. They're in their Keshigs with one a shot, the range distance of one. And the idea that the cav part actually is their biggest nerf. If they were not cav, they would actually be insanely broken. Yeah. And that's, yeah, the ignoring hell part, I thought that would be nerfed, but the rest of the simming bonus of the bet I thought was okay. Maybe some slight nerf, but it's like very spawn dependent. There was a suggestion, I believe, to make them recon cav. No, not something like recon, ranged recon or something. I don't know. So they're not So they don't have the benefits of like the offensive promotions of ranged cav, but they're also not nerfed by the -10 versus pikemen. Or it could have also just been recon cav, so they are nerfed by pikemen, but they don't get offensive promotions. One of the two was a suggestion. But they just removed the ignore helps part. Okay. What is Jack running now with his forbidden? Extra faith. All his sites. Okay. Ooh. Arabia has gained a tourist. Actually not sure even for what. I guess a writing piece. So you realize Germany's not gonna die. Just sending everything more or less to Daru here. He's building frigates to shoot these down. Yanshan dies next turn. And Macedon is actually over in second. But he's taking the faith lead. Has real science. These two are freeing, though they should still be higher science. And yeah, good faith, prod. Decent gold. So I guess like looking back on the game, let's say you accept that Olympia is just gonna be scaling. And one, you should have done, I think, more. I guess let's say even turbo scaling with initiation rights, Warlord's Throne. And Coupe should have been in charge of understanding that he should be griefing a lot more earlier. Tax. It's 43 for Jack. 40 on average, probably around there. And 36 for the best on Swahili. So 7 tech difference between the highest and also like a 4 tech difference between the ones after Jack. Ooh, this is gonna be unlucky for Jack in 3 turns. Yeah, I mean, I guess you can cope. Play protection, particular attention to the word cope. That hopefully Jack is somehow stuck on Coupe slightly longer than normal, and maybe Macedon can get enough units out and with higher prod fight him. But the issue is, let's say you accept that optimistic scenario. There's still Dido and Indo here in the game. Okay, there he is. It was Plantations, Coca, Diamonds, Jack. He was still negative 1k adjusted by turn like 42. My experience, I guess this is with old setup for GDRs, but you can get to GDRs on 8 cities. Probably 9 now, but yeah, I understand that he is using the goal to win the game, but I guess it takes a mentality of being willing to take. You can be like plus like 30 GPT and still be taking gold every turn to buy a lot more tiles. Be like on 70 culture turn 35. Not expanding fast enough. Yeah, I thought at least early game it was in the there was some idea maybe. I thought Macedon by picking initiation rights instead of River Goddess that he was gonna spam horses across. Like, it's not even that far because of the flat terrain. That he would just continue sending horses into Arabia and then not a unit shows up ever. Like Jack finished his GMC before a unit showed up. Here so far, no pillages, but they're coming up. And no building his sewers. So Healy actually cities. So 8th city was ancestral, right? Where's right here? So 8th city ancestral Swahili. And 3 warlords thrones. Audience. I think this was audience. Audience, ancestral, and ancestral. So I anticipated at least like maybe 2 or 3 more cities for Swahili that just never came. I guess he went for Kalo. That was the sacrifice he made. The projecting thing, general. Macedon is currently holding what? He is +8 on attack. With Lahore, Chinguetti, Kabul, and Candy. Mhm. That is, I guess, their cope. Difference in stats is 426 and like 300s versus 250s. And 250, 280, 170, and 100. Koopa, I think, had a fine spawn, but he just made his early settles and then never made any more. But then he also like didn't make units. So I'm not completely certain what his production went into. labs out. Ooh, and actually area. So Macedon, Indo, and Arabia all got area. Arabia went the production on campuses instead of 2 arms or any other dedication. Start for everyone else except Sohila, who got normal. See, road is being built, so maybe Macedon's guess going to Indo, or a mix of both. I'm not. I think that they themselves might not be completely sure of who he's going to. No. Second. Okay, so coal was banned. Plus towards campuses. This was by Big Beasts for A campus. And Diplo and Jack. They actually banned coal for Beast, so they won all 3 resolutions. The issue might be for Jack when he has an accident in 2 turns. Because this is a spy with promotion for sabotage. I guess actually he didn't do the coal power plant, so it's not, it's not the worst case scenario. So his Macedon's up to 11 cities. So he's trying for 11 total extra envoys. The extra campus will really helps the like most recent cities of Jack finish their labs. Is it worth to build the seaport or flood barrier? Like I understand, like it doesn't extend to here, right? And if you're not worried about this, like, is it just this tile that's gone, or is it? I don't think it's worth it. But yeah, you can make oil and nuclear here later. I will say Macedon did get its coal power plant in time. So did Swahili. So they're actually not that hurt by this Congress for DShark. And we have a desync on Germany. Who's kind of, I mean, he has prod, but slightly running out of units. What's the thing? There's always these like crazy conspiracy theories on like what's causing the game to desync. And I don't, I guess someone said the Sohilis can claim. But there's no like Maya here that's causing this random desync. That's like the most blamed off often. It's the most blame sieve often when there's a desync randomly. Yeah. Preserve looks tiny bit better with the bit of extra science on the mountains now. But still, like, to improve luxes, and you can't kind of can't chop these two woods. I don't think it's worth it. Shimazuna has taken the prod lead and has a solid 500 faith now. And it is Warlord's Throne that is the scaling they call building. Mm. Flight next turn for Jack. I want to say if Erwan just ran in all these knights right now, he would potentially do more damage than if he waits for tanks. Because flight is next turn for Jack, and at that point you're buying planes. It is quite a wide front though. Yes, he does have faith for units. But it's more like he has to spend time buying them and getting to the tiles. Yeah. I guess. I'm saying, okay, I'm comparing to what he can do with knights right now as to opposed to if he comes with tanks 10 turns later. Uh, Angkor Wat for, what is it, 11 cities in 2 turns? Pop wise, he's definitely. Actually, he's not even on pop. He's not that far ahead of Dado. Yeah, I guess I don't really understand where Coupe's prod went. Like he got the 7 cities and then it's like the prod kind of evaporated. I also don't think he chopped a single tile, which I think you are supposed to do some chopping on Coupe. Otherwise, your chops are kind of pretty strong. Yeah, I mean, and you can always like replant. So I think you do have to use some chops to get some tempo. Especially he was warlords, right? He didn't have an insane. I don't think he had insane cities to work every single tile. Wait, let's see. Okay, no double load. Yes, he had. I mean, he has good pop now, but even let's say he has what conservation in 5. Like I would argue, you start queuing up builders right about now, and then as soon as you hit conservation, you chop at literally everything, and then replant it the next turn. There's also, I mean, that's a type of playstyle you can try if you're not going to chop early. I guess he has more, projects to queue up right now. Mastodon should get general within 3 turns. They can't deny, think easily. Not so easy. Guess he passes it. Coupe takes, and Mastodon tries to get 2. And Tibet gets 1. Flight this turn for Jack. He pre-place any. His 20 pop next turn. But no, so far no airdrome pre-placement. Steel boost being worked on by Rame. And those just simming. Yeah, I mean, it's what, 560, 600, close to 500 versus 300, 100, 100, 260. But I guess they're full on banking that somehow Mastodon rolls the map with, what is it? Guess he was tied in Lahore. By his own teammate. It's plus 10 on attack. It's plus 10. Will be plus 10 on attack. Okay, Spy did succeed for level 2 Spy. Strip rocketry. Jack is repairing his workshop. Tax, it's 47, like 45 versus 30, like 40, 39. So still 7 tax ahead, about. What was that? Your earlier prediction actually is, I mean, coming a bit more true. Indo is somewhat leading in prod, actually, on Dido. Because Dido was forced to make some units here. So he might be the main guy nuking. It's 130 prod in cap versus 139. I guess the caps are somewhat even, essentially. Did anyone finish religion? Still tie for Arabia, nothing else. Watts for Tibet. It's the pagodas and stupas for Indonesia. For his, I think, singular holy site, I remember. This one city gets the stupa. And Sankor what? Angkor Wat. University of Sankor. Uh, as well though. Okay. What is? Guess he was using all of his faith to keep buying shipyards and everything. I think, I don't know. I hoped one day he sell just like one city, like Faith bought a fleet and sent it. That's Swahili. Okay, encampment with academy soon. The Faith buying city for mass units, accumulating faith for Jack. Steal next turn. Was Angkor Wat finished? Can they kill these cities? City states. Kabul can't be killed reasonably. Candy can be killed. Chinguetti can't really be killed. Lahore can't really be killed. So, I guess Indo, if he gets the planes, he should. Because somewhat, unless Candy is being taken back, but that should have some priority to start removing the city-states from Macedon. Because that is their big gamble right now, is just mass war bonus Macedon to take on the world. Tibet has kind of been pushed back by Germany. Dmitry Mendeleev taken. Oil scientist. I think if you specifically if you finished labs already, I really like this scientist because of just the boosts you have, or that he gives. Because if you have good enough science, you're not really lacking. And good prod, you're not really caring about the labs already at that point. You just want more boosts. The one issue you might have is you can't improve an oil tile for the, what is it? Plastics boost. Actually, no, sorry. There is one third ring here. If it's not already improved elsewhere. As Mexico rebelled. Yeah, I guess it was taken over by Rame. Refining 3. Okay, War Department. So Jack, the first one to reach fascism by far. Actually, by far. No one's even. Everyone else is doing like scorched earth. Like mass media at best on Roy here. Is Battleship a boost for something? I don't think so, is it? At least I don't fully understand the pre-build here. So, and there's like no units here. I don't full. I guess very, very late. Somehow you're worried about nukes. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, but like, why, why would he be worried about that missile? Like, Union missile cruiser, I guess. I don't know why he would want it, even. Okay, but tanks next turn on Macedon with some semblance of a road constructed. It's about to be pushed into Jack. Who admittedly does not have that many pre-builds. I actually think they they took all generals. I think there's a non-zero chance Jack could fall over here. Like, it is tanks, it is general, and it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 10 on attack tanks. So plus 15. On Jack's defense, yes, he can get to modern tanks, and he has fascism democracy. I just would like a bit more units than 0, essentially, for Jack. But he did just get the academy, so he is starting to buy units now. So he should be fine. Dado made another settler. I guess it is plus campus Congress. So you can settle. Wait, is he? No, he's not. He's Dark Age. I was thinking you can come if you can get both the new Hixon Draconis and with the 100 campus, you can settle like 5 more cities. Instantly chop a campus, instantly chop a lab. Okay. Okay, they do see the units coming in. Sorry. Yeah, if prediction is if Macedon fails to do anything to Jack right now, or almost immediately, they might just CC. Or that is when I would predict that they would CC. They can CC at any time, but guessing that is their big gamble. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. That's the true issue is even let's say Macedon somehow like takes out Arabia. There's still Indo and Dairo left. Dairo settlers, they're just gonna go. This one's gonna go here. This one's gonna go anywhere. They're just new cities to place down a coffin, maybe, and chop it out. Maybe a campus as well. I mean, Tibet is now Giga weak. No, it was already nerfed to the ground into the ground. Okay, tanks upgraded. Actually, do they have the gold saved up? They have some gold saved up. Uh yeah, but there it could be strategic, but Daido doesn't really have anything on his mind right now. He just needs to like his only opponent really is Swahili here in Tibet, and he can reach Tibet easily, and he's not gonna go after Swahili. I think. I think he just clicks on space, honestly, or at least he doesn't show up any other indication of setting up a push on any other civ. And I'm not playing Tibet. I will say that I I like barely enjoyed playing it when it was in the previous state, but I like it's been in my draft and pickup teamers so many times, and I had no interest in even trying the civ. Yeah, yeah. Daido can is definitely like he's much farther ahead of his neighbors, so he just thinks I'm gonna outsim them. There's no point for me to try to bring them down. Still no airdrome slot. So we'll watch the great attack. Endo placed actually. It's the first one I think to place down an airdrome. This is a stalemate. More or less. Jack is in fascism for now. think he tech democracy, but doesn't ideally want to use it if possible. Or just stay in fascism as long as possible to build up his army, and then when he needs to defend, he'll just switch into it. Then the democracy does have a gold reduction cost. That's also at flight or when he's buying planes would be the time to switch. Mm-hmm. He is getting his +8 for now. Well, this is not within general distance, I think. Timur is not the thing. Rani, though, should be. Alright, that's versus city. Okay. Tanks upgraded for Germany. Tibet is 3 turns away. But it's somewhat defensive terrain. But you can still, I think, slam here. But if he retreats his units, he can hide enough to save his pre-builds. Yes. Yeah, probably. If the relic is still present here. I'm not sure if it's bugged for, like, spectator view. But maybe the relic just spawned here, that's why he can't place down his aerodrome in his cap. But Jack is definitely not going space here. I think, actually. Jack might have fortified on the wrong position. Like, he's fortified here, but they might just come through the bottom. He also did go the Cold War, so he could try maybe take off like a few city states off of Rame. Yeah. He should get it off next turn. Plastics boost next. So he has 1, 2, 3 turns till at least till modern armor. DShark is not. No, they're not going for Diplo. They're trying to hope that they can kill Jack. And then somehow, I guess, roll the map with Mastodon. That is the game plan I see. Hmm. I need to look back in the VOD, but I feel like I could be wrong. But I think it was Big Beast that had the option of which map, and it was either Lakes or Rich Highlands. Yeah, they banned. What was the ban? It was Basil. That was the Basil and Hungary were the you consider like target bans versus Jack. But even like Hungary came second after Arabia was picked. So Hungary was more of a to prevent Olympias from being griefed. Okay, sorry. Germany striking out. Jack and okay, Jack is still in fascism. Okay, but so it looks like Jack is legitimately like planning for like missile cruiser defense. I would argue that DSharks spawned slightly better than Big Beasts. Like Germany kind of had an awkward river where like and Endo's spawn was kind of mid and his expands left. Like no chops here and just lack of workable tiles. So Healy spawned well. Olympia spawn was average. Coupe was spawn was I think fine. If and Arabia spawned was fine as well. Okay. 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 Jack is striking out. He's. I will say, DShark is leading on the gold generation now. DShark does have like, I guess multiple people to set up traders here, whereas the Beast only essentially has this side, this two for traders. Oil issues. It seems 70 oil on Tibet, so no issues for Macedon. And Jack doesn't have a big enough army to warrant oil issues for now. But he is starting to get one. Have any of his city states been contested? No, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, Mexico was contested, so it's +8 instead of +10. Okay, theoretically, their Macedonian units are not special if you attack them first. Yes, you. Like he's even going, he's going GDRs over modern armor. I guess is that rocket artillery? What's the? Yeah, actually, yeah, that's next. Honestly, I've seen rocket artillery, I think, like a year or two ago. Once, where Elephant was doing like a mass rocket artillery into GDR defense, and he takes like 15 shots to kill one GDR. Yeah, they don't have a lot of gold saved up, and they're essentially kind of neutral right now, or somewhat positive, but like barely enough to sustain any upgrades if there are any. Are they making stock exchanges where no, they're making units? I guess Dado did settle a few more cities to make funds. Hey, there's a balloon here. Sana is in a suspicious situation. Look, the rocket artillery has been upgraded. For a city wall shot. I don't think there's enough gold to upgrade all of. No, there's not even enough. How much are these? 380. That was the one RT that he was allowed to upgrade. But Sana, I think, is almost certainly dead here. Reform. No, Indo picked. I thought I didn't even check because I thought it was so obvious to go reform, but no, this guy picked Heartbeats of Steam. Heartbeat of Steam, Heartbeats of Steam. Two arms. Normal. Okay. I mean, I thought it was so obvious that I actually didn't even check. There was a crash, so the like old script is like bugged. But I can show you what was the what is it? Can I 1 second. Let me put this up here. So first slot is second slot is Jack. But Sorry, this is Jack right now. So fifth slot or fourth slot is I think Hellstar. I think the bet took a lot of gold. But this is skewed because there was a crash. Okay. Ooh. Gig RT shot. Actually, Mastodon? Okay, more units are coming in. Mm. Dido is normal. Sorry, dark. There's only 3 people that got gold, and it was Heartbeats of Steam, 2 arms, and Heartbeats of Steam for Indo. Guess we're finding out first moves concretely. Yeah. Hey, whoa. Hey, the guy that Jack doesn't have modern armor himself. He only has it next turn. He does have democracy and fascism, though. But yeah. To be fair, none of these city-states could be reasonably killed other than Candy by Indo. All the others are extremely far away or protected by the team of Olympia. Yeah, Olympia has, other than Rapanu, I think Holy Site encampment every city. So, I mean, he has 12 extra envoys, or 11 extra envoys. Mm-hmm. Let's do that. He's not killing. I guess he knows that whatever he puts here dies anyways. Okay, he retook it, but it's just gonna be retaken again. We need it for the setup. But he does give a Mastodon the 20% production, so he's at 1100 production now. Okay, planes now being produced. The GPT is now extremely in favor of DShark. Jack is actually kind of out of units. Like, he has 1, 2, 3, 4. Or was there 1, 2, 3, 4 tanks left? Like, it's an issue. I mean, the boats are his MVP so far. I think they're dealing. They can't be killed, or they take extra effort to kill them. They can't be killed, so they're killing quite a few units. But his rocket artillery defense might have been a bit too ambitious. And his stock, actually, didn't notice. Look at this side of the map, but yeah, that is going space, and those going nukes. Already some being produced. But Jack, I think, will die. More likely than not now. Partially because he doesn't have gold. Or at least, okay, he might have survived if he got gold at the correct time. And tech modern armor first, maybe, instead of rocket RT. But I think it's too late now. He doesn't have the units. Wait, why raise now, though? Like, if there's any time to keep, it would be now. Like, the Jack doesn't have any more, like, front line to retake the cities with. Okay, ambitiously, if you can get him enough gold for all of his missile cruisers, he can probably live for a very long time. Be very annoying with these battle or like this lake setup. Like, he would still die, but he can probably wipe out most of what's coming to him. Yeah, I think Indo kind of griefed by picking Heartbeats of Steam instead of Reform. Yeah. Yeah, playing, I mean, I think he didn't have like the slot to place an aerodrome for a long time. And then when it comes, it was too late. Okay. Where it's Indo nuking. I'm just trying to find where. Okay, that's the Swahili. Guess you need to get rid of the Swahili threat so you can't also be working on his own nukes. Because Swahili will eventually reach them. The modern armor have been obtained by Jack. What is it still? Actually, is there Wars of okay, they both have Wars of Religion. But it looks like the +8 has been knocked down to +6. Uh I am I don't think so. I think a scout is I could be wrong, but I think at a certain strength difference, even as like you can't take even a 0 HP city with a scout or like a lower strength unit. The Kubi horses have arrived to pillage the land. It's looks like there's 4 nukes in production. Sorry, 1, 2, 3 nukes in production. He's taking over these tiles, so it's a lot more awkward to actually take the city, but there's still like this tile. It's kind of closed off now. Now you have to be worried that he steps on your airdrome. And Koopa is just projecting every city for GPT. So Healy making some anti-nuke defense. Wait. Civ is giga busted. Can buy the Jahazi instead of a builder to re-improve your city center. Missiles cruisers aren't lasers, right? Yeah. Wait. There's another nuke this turn. Thought it was only next. Yeah, I was mentioning it earlier, Adam. I am guessing it works like the anything that has like a build charge, right? Or you can repair. And I'm guessing it can because it's repairing Malindi. Fascism 3, maybe sooner for Olympia with villages. Not on stacking though. On Jack. Okay, jet fighters. But in jet fighters, and there's a decent slam. Yes, there's no fascism and finest hour, or there's no fascism on the side of Macedon. Okay, actually the Tibetan army was upgraded, but there's full machine guns, jet fighters, everything. I guess we missed the fight because we're focusing on Jack, but I guess Tibet was also pushing Daido given that there's villages here. But given the strength of the city centers, nothing was attempted beyond the villages. I'm concerned that Tyre placed a theater on his only uh, spaceport tile in his cap. Because I was looking earlier and there's very clearly only one flat tile left. And it seems to be occupied by theater now. So yeah, I mean, Macedon will kill Arabia, but I mean, that's kind of I predicted. They needed a somewhat cleanish kill. It's realistically impossible, but that's kind of what they needed on Jack to have a chance, I think. Jack never went or finished his religion. Wait, why can't my bugged? What? I can't pick. I I don't know what I'm. I don't know. I can. What is the AI vote? I don't know. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what I did, but I clicked away to chat to him, and then I go back to double check the options, and it's bugged. Okay, so gain heavy cav, a general, B diplo on jack. That was a non-productive attack. Yes, he might, unless yes, there's always more units coming at this point. Yeah, Macedon or core, sorry, modern armies. They'll get here just in time. Actually, let's check out Golden Ages. Uh, so, 2 arms on Swahili. Dark. 2 arms. What is it? 2 arms, Bodyguard of Lies, and other nuke from a Jaw Bomber on Indonesia. And Guy and Stars. It's 2 arms on Jack. 2 arms on Indo. And heroic 2 arms bodyguards and Sky and Stars on Daido. I think if he should. Jack can get a unit on his aerodrome, so it can't be pillaged. I think the push is over as he can just target snipe the RT from Mastodon. And modern armor. I guess they can also take cities. Does he have 2 arms? Yes, he does. He can't slam down the walls with 2 arms, however. But that still requires a bit more effort. And Indo is just nuke factory. What do the missile cruisers look like? Decent slams as well. But it should be fascism next turn, I think, for... Yeah, Olympia should now have fascism. The single rocket arts they did get to upgrade is doing work for Jack. I will say, if you wanted to, I guess, I guess the other Zula was banned, but yeah, I don't know. Actually, tax we can check that. 62 and 64 for our big beasts, and 56 on Olympia, so 6 tax difference. Wait, right? It's 64. Yeah. 8 to 6 tax difference. Sorry, I'm back. It looks like a plane was placed over the aerodrome to keep the plane safe. This will... Two more turns and you can't slam down the city. But I don't think the units are dead next turn. With first moves from Jack. Yeah, maybe you can with 6 slam, or sorry, 5 slams. Yeah, no, I don't know. Don't think so. Ooh, and there's the canal. Final from Indo. To come and claim the nuked cities. Oh, and one I think was already raised with a helicopter. So yeah, I mean, with Swahili not a threat and Macedon kind of stalling, I'm not exactly sure what they're playing for. You can argue that's been like the case earlier, but there was some like giga cope you can do with Macedon. Just full wiping Jack. And he is killing him, but they won't be fast enough. What is in those cards? Does he? No. I was wondering if he had the extra movement card to place this jet fighter that far away. Because he has a nuke next turn, so the cap should be gone. Given that there's nothing inside it. I should have to enter a setup here, but I'm not sure what it accomplishes there. Okay, battleship is placed inside. We'll see if it goes through. Hmm. Bologna is held by Jose on Swahili. But yeah, that are going space. Does not reach with the jet bomber. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Jet bomber, it's 15, right? It should reach. This does have movement to take the city. Not sure what to watch here. It's either Jack dying somewhat or waiting for Indo to nuke. Did he not get one this? No, he does have a nuke this turn. He didn't slam. Guess he's waiting to take down the city strength through pillaging districts. City steel walls repaired just in time. Buenos liberated. Ooh, I think 2 attacks off. If not 1. Hmm. Alex nuke was dropped here to remove units. And some escapes being made by Tibet. Yeah, I don't. It's definitely a strong civ right now. I still remember when it was just changed. I think I did a stream. I was said like plain buffed Indo, and everyone came into my chat saying, "What do you mean? It's obviously Giga nerfed." Yeah. Yeah. 2 turns. What? Alright, he's going to robots. I think. Or he just click. He could also have just clicked randomly. I don't. I think he's just waiting to get out. I think if he double slammed, he might have been able to take city. But he just doesn't have first moves. I guess. I don't think Indo nuked yet. Recently. Like he has a jet bomber here, but he just hasn't dropped it. Yeah, he has. He nuked through Silo. I think like these 2 cities, or at least one of them, and then jet bombered. I think the other 2 are 1. Yes, Indo has a destroyer fleet on the sea. Wait, he got... somehow he got that tile that I thought there was a plane on. And it does not look to be removable this turn. So Hatin, I guess, dies next turn. With actually 2 jet bombers. Actually, wait. Jack is actually... I guess not his cap. But these 2 cities are definitely dying. Yes, they get sent back to different cities. So, like, they're standing here right now, but next turn they will not be standing here. Yeah. I'm just saying with the jet bombers, specifically. No, before the cast, I was checking if Jack was playing. He said he was. I told him, okay, I'll go cast and you go feed. And here he is, feeding. Okay, 1 jet fighter was sent back. This one, I guess, was placed in this city. Yes, I do agree. If Indo went reform, I don't think he dies, especially here. Mm. I don't know if Indo's just letting Swahili marinate, or I just like waiting for I don't know if he sees the project go to 1 turn, then nukes, or because I don't know what he's doing. But GDR is out in 2. War Department and Moon Landing out. Tibet is escaping. Is it now Diplo somehow is the gamble. He got scientist. He did. But this is what? 6 Diplo after scientist? So you're not realistically getting this. Like, you need 2 Congresses. And Dido's in space by next Congress. Jack has clicked the settler. Um, yeah, I really do like the change to modern armor. Is you can actually kill people with the unit or a land unit instead of having to go jet bomber pretty much always. Yeah. Cap is gone. No more GMC. Actually, Jack didn't escape, right? He can easily die. Full die. No? I'm not sure how far he would walk with the escape anyways, but okay, they realized that and bought him a seller. Is there GDR out right now? There's 1 and 2. Like a turn ago. Is it walking? Yes, it is. Our aim is at what? 60 tags as compared to 68 and 67. I mean, he's going to take the Swahili capital. Yeah, I guess now Cope has turned into Diplo. And the bet is about to join the Phoenician Empire. Moon landing in 3. GDRs have embarked. Stacking mobile SAMs. Yeah, definitely a somewhat sad game for Swahili. Maybe he was thinking about the canal more than I thought he was, but he was an 8 city ancestral with kind of no interference. And just like this was definitely like free to settle, I think. But just he went for Colo, but then never made anything more. Okay, now the question is, will Jack? I don't know. Are they? I guess they might upgrade Germany. Some helicopters and can maybe slow it down, push down enough that can escape for Jack. That is actually why like I so very rarely go for Calo. Is like I have to be so sure that my tempo will not be screwed by going Calo, and I'm not just gonna be stuck on very few cities after. Yeah, you can. He has. I swear it's some bonus of either. Maybe it has to be a card. I don't know, but he should. Seems to be able to go through. Yeah. I also think the chance that he full dies is not small. Actually, it has about probably 2 turns I give max. Maybe 3 turns before he full dies. Yeah, they die, but I'm pretty sure they still get the attack off, right? So, like, if you don't care about your jet bombers, you can just keep suiciding them. That OGDR, Ivy, and the GDRs have arrived. I think that's the. I forgot if it's either this one or this one that does the extra range strength versus walls. But if he can place road here, like with a wonder, he can probably actually escape maybe in time. Okay, statue done. Arguably, I guess you want to protect this this 1,000 points so that they don't pillage. Arguably, you put the jet fighter here so they can only slam from 2 tiles. Ooh, rocket artsy for Macedon as well. Yeah. Yeah, particle beam. Okay, so Healy has escaped a bit earlier, and at least this settler is annoying, a bit more annoying to get to. They're just sitting here. The Jahazi has been returned or captured. Kasawani falls next turn. Yes, I don't know. I guess they're going for trying to rat out Diplo. Somehow hope they... I don't know. Like, I can see if you're winning Congress this era, or winning Diplo this era, I would understand. But they need at least 2 Congresses. And GTRs can find you in that time. Like, what would it be? It would be turn 131 Diplo. Okay. See, he should be able to settle in 2 turns. On Jack. So at least he's not full dying right now. If he makes it to Congress is a different question. So some GDRs have also started walking to Macedon. Uranium wise, they don't have that much uranium actually. I'm not sure if they can support a full GDR army. Mars colony. I will say that their production in Carthage, what is it? 150 is like okay, but if he planned a little better, like his cap could have been 300 prod producing, doing these missions instead of his 150 prod Carthage. That's the thing, though. He had the reserve tile in his cap. This was a flat tile that wasn't like placed for like ever, and then he placed the theater there. Like turn 60, it was still like not occupied. Indo is coming to help here, so to assure that Jack doesn't die. Yeah. Uh hmm. I think if the Indonesian robots walk up to Jack's cap and just don't let it die ever, essentially, then I I don't think he dies. But also just even this is like painful to get through. There's one tile left, but Shikupe also potentially maybe escapes. This is the like the GTRs will one shot literally everything they come into contact here. I don't know what else to comment here on, but actually that might be what they are going for. Just capture all capitals. And there's a guy left. Yeah, they have Swahili. They'll retake Cairo. Hey, Jack didn't move this turn. He's AFK. Or wait, what? Okay, sorry. I was a bit too quick to judge. The modern armor had movement, the seller didn't. Hmm. He swung down instead for Mastodon. Mexico. Wait. I've I haven't seen this before, I'll be honest. But Mexico, I guess, has very grand ambitions here. I wonder who do you think it would nuke if it was allowed to nuke? Or can a state even nuke? Does have the ability. I guess no way to drop the nuke, right? Good. Actually, what would need to happen? I think it would have to be like a red city state that builds an encampment, and then I guess place it. I guess builds an armory, and then they can theoretically place a silo. But okay, GG, but called out by DShark.
Though its face may change.
I'll see if they. Uh, I don't know if there's post game. Yeah, thanks for watching. I don't know if they'll come up. But yeah, it was a exciting game. I think DShark had potential, but
In the end, the stats were too big.
underestimated Jack. Yeah, I think if DShark even sent horses to Jack, they could have slowed him massively down.
Yeah. It's like Jack, he did his job. He boosted the entire team all the way to like fucking GDRs and then died.
Yeah. Did you see Mexico making Manhattan?
Mexico?
Yeah. The
I did
city
not.
state. The
That's
city
funny.
state.
That's really funny. That's hilarious. Yeah, I was thinking, I think Jack also would have lived if he had just gone modern armor before rocket artillery. I don't know why he went rocket artillery first.
Yeah. And he also didn't have gold even for the rocket artsy.
Yeah, they didn't really have gold to upgrade the rocket RD. Yeah, I think they're just too many other players also too big because of the extra stats they got. Although Ram did a very good job of like keeping them in the game.
Yeah, there was. Yeah.
I think Tibet also should have simmed more rather than attacking.
He completely took Germany out of the game. I think.
Yeah, it was like like the 1-for-1 trade was like a decent trade.
I mean, Germany was 7 city ancestral, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. Ancestral.
Hello. Well played.
Hello.
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 GG, well played.
Thank you.
I saw this comm hub. I thought this was a funny comm hub. In Pella. Instead of just putting it next to the river. You put it in it's +0.
I guess I have a question for the Mastodon. Why initiation rites are not like River Goddess?
That's what I was
Yeah,
thinking too, yeah.
I take a scaling Pantheon, but it was kinda hard for my early game. I think it's my first time on Olympia, so I
Okay.
didn't make
Yeah.
all the good choice. I got a very big lack of culture in early game.
Yeah.
Okay.
They
I
did get a
got,
very lucky relic turn 15.
Yeah,
Yeah.
hopefully.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think River Goddess would have been, at least in this situation, I think like Initiation Rites is a good Pantheon on this Civ. but I think
Yeah, but
River Goddess
I
would have
get
been
to.
better in this situation.
Yeah, I'm kinda too far for initiation right.
Yeah.
Like it works well, but it start working far too late.
Yeah, that was the thing. I think it was like turn like 50 or 60. I like did some math on like what you had made for units up to that point, and it was like maybe like 60 faith or something
Yeah,
up to
yeah,
that point, where you would have gotten like the same just like passively off of River
yeah. River
Goddess,
Goddess was just a better choice.
Mhm.
and you would have gotten the housing and amenity too. So.
I got a good Ladies of March too
Mhm.
for my
Yeah, that would have worked too.
I can put my city here in B2 and Lady of March.
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
yeah, it was. I try some Beyond the Sieve. I'm not a main. It's a full ban in the game, so
Until FR. Yeah.
until I feel it's full ban, so it's hard to play it.
Mhm.
But yeah, the Sieve kinda interesting.
I also think if either Mastodon or Coupe sent a lot, like 6, 7 horses to Arabia, like turn 40, even like maybe turn
Yeah.
45, you could have massively slowed him down.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
It's
We should push him before.
yeah, but
Gotcha.
I think also if Tibet had, once this seemed like this was a stalemate with Germany, had sent like more with the UU directly to Dido, that would have been probably effective because Dido went straight industrialization, so they didn't really have any units to protect from the UU at that time.
I made a comment that Germany was deliberately not building pikes to defend, to give hope, so that you don't go to Dido. But yeah,
Maybe.
but
Anyway, GG and thank you for the cast.
Thank you for the cast.
thank you
Yeah.
for playing.
Thanks for the cast.
Yeah.
Thanks for playing.
Bye.
Good game.
Okay. Yeah, that's it for the
Well.
cast. Thanks for watching. Yeah, I just think they needed to pressure Arabia earlier, but it still doesn't kind of solve the problem of Indo Dido. That just summed very well. I guess. Okay, in like a very dream scenario, maybe Tibet griefs Dido a bit more, rather than Germany. Like Germany's already rel. And then let's say Arabia's behind a bit further, due to like horses and like coursers or something great from Coupe. And Macedon has a much cleaner kill on Arabia, and more importantly can maybe focus on railroading to Indo, and there's a fight there. But that would be like the ideal like game that would have maybe gone for DShark, but it's like very hard to. But that's like looking back over the entire game. That would be maybe the difference. If you're trying to give hope for DShark. But obviously, Jack's a very good player on Arabia. And very tough for them. But yeah. Anyways, thanks for watching. And good night.